Uh, hello. Ha 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 ha. Ha. Okay, I'm here now. I think so anyway. I'm real. I'm real. Hello. I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. I'm still kind of sick, but that's not gonna stop me. That's not gonna stop me. Hello, Jay. Welcome back. and yeah, hello to the other people as well. Okay, for some reason the chat's not working. It has to though. Okay, hold on. Let me. I thought it was gonna work, but I guess not. The chat's invisible overlay is there though. Yeah, I see that. yeah, I noticed. Oh. Okay, a little scuff here. I didn't know that was gonna didn't know that was gonna happen. Hold on. I thought for a good old second. Maybe if I do this a bit. VOD watchers right now. they be staring, wondering what the hell is happening. Okay, let me see. Okay, there you go. Yeah, that's my way of testing to see if the chat's working. Cool emotes, by the way. Thank you. It was done by the very lovely Elijah Larkspur on Twitter. Yeah, we aren't invisible. Yeah, you guys aren't invisible anymore. I mean, that's good. But yeah, anyways, I'm back from my break. I don't know if I'm pretty sure the BGM is on. Yeah, but I'm using this BGM just because I didn't want this to be such an empty stream. I wanted at least some music in, but you can let me know if it's a little loud or quiet or not there at all. I mean, for sure I can't hear it on my side because I don't know for sure, but I'm seeing the audio levels just going green and stuff. I'm pretty sure it's playing, but yeah. I guess I won't bother with that. Oh my god, Bryn. The super meat boy. Hello. Hello. Oh god. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I just don't know. I mean, the whole point was to, share my whole vacation experience, but I don't know what's stopping me. Yeah, I have no idea what's stopping me. Yeah, say hi to each other. Say hi to each other. I should put my favorite meme as the background picture. I mean, I was thinking that. No, I wasn't. That was totally your idea, not mine. But I was thinking of at least putting something on the screen, which was supposed to be like all the photos and videos I took while I was on vacation. But I feel like if I do want to, sort of. Okay, so let me see there. I'll just do that then. Man. Man. I mean, I don't know how much of this. I don't know how much of that. Heck yeah, that's where I want to put it. That's man. Man. Yeah, that's my favorite meme. Just no context whatsoever. Just man. But no, actually, I don't know about that. I don't know about that. I'm just gonna not do that. Man. Okay. Oh yeah, but God. Okay, no. That's what I meant was to actually just progress forward from here on, but it's just full of man. It's just full of man. It's just full of man. Alright, anyways, how are y'all doing? Forgot to ask that like probably 10 minutes ago. Maybe not 10, but could be some minutes. How are you doing? Hopefully you didn't miss me too much. I mean, I missed everyone though. I missed everyone. I missed everyone. How was everyone? Doing well? Oh yeah, happy Pride Month. I forgot. It just started. Yeah, to everyone part of the community there. Happy Pride Month. Although I'm not one to represent, but I'm there to support. Yeah. I forgot. I forgot that's June already. I forgot it's June. So I forgot. Yeah. Anyways. Enough of that awkwardness of me forgetting what the hell the time is. I'm still a little weird. You represent and support bisexual pride. Heck yeah. Yeah. That's what it's all about. Or one of the letters anyway. Not like all, just part of the whole acronym. Okay, no, I should stop saying stuff. Making things even more awkward. Alright, in any case. Where should I start? I was gonna say I was gonna share my photos. And non-binary is technically part of +2. Yeah, I know that part. Newt. What? Newt? What are you? Newt? What do you mean nude nude? Nude nude what? Huh? Nude nude nude? Okay, Toki. Nude nude. Ooh, ooh. No, I'm kidding. Well, okay. That's that's just great. Okay. In order for me to not get distracted, I did want to start showing everything, but I don't know. Maybe I want to show something first. Show a little something first. Alright. Let me... Disappeared. But then I... Re-up... Hi! Hello! Hi! I'm here. Oh my god! Yeah, just for this one stream, I'm gonna have my live 2D model here. Hi! Oh my god. Oh! I'm trying to see if I can do the pog face with this. He has transcended from PNG to sort of PNG, more like Photoshop file, and then you know to Mach 3. It looks so good. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Okay, I definitely went a little dramatic there, but yeah, it's. I mean, of course, Masa did a lot of the work here, you know, just simply by drawing the model. I rigged it, but I'm not sure. I mean, I guess for a first try, it's good enough, I guess. Is it my? Where's it depending on the face tracking here? I don't know. Maybe just how my phone is positioned. I'm here. Yeah. Maybe I have to adjust where my phone is, because otherwise the tracking isn't gonna work the way I want it to. Yeah, I'm here. Okay, but I'm gonna move myself down here then, so I can actually show off the photos that I actually took while I was gone. Masa has such good art style in her models. She does. She definitely does. For sure. But this is like one of the only times I'm gonna have my live 2D model before debut. Wait, I say one of? When is the other time? I wanna know. Yeah, anyway, yeah, you gotta thank most of the work for Masa. Rigging by me. Although, again, as I said before, I don't know if I did a good job, but it was my first time on rigging my model. Yeah, in particular. I'm probably like edited it a little bit, but I feel like it's good enough. It's a great job, thank you. I appreciate that. Oh god, 24 minutes already. 24 minutes already passed and I haven't. Okay. Okay, enough stalling. I'm just gonna. Looks good. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, anyway. Anyway, I'm gonna share what I've done in vacation. You're sure rigging it was a lot of fun? No, it wasn't. 24 minutes. Time really does fly by when having fun. It really does. Unfortunately. I think like the first 10 minutes was just a lot of nonsense before then, but I guess you could say like 14 minutes was just stalling time. But anyways, I'm just gonna I'm just gonna get to it. Let's do 12-hour stream. Nah, no way. No way. That's not happening. That's not happening. Nope. It's not happening. Whether you or no, that phrase doesn't work here, does it? Whether you like it or not, it's not happening. But that phrase doesn't work here. It doesn't work here. Alright. So I actually went to 2 different places in my vacation. The first in which was Hong Kong, just to visit my family, and the second one, Japan, because that's pretty cool. Because I wanted to go for such a long time, and I went. It was really fun. 7K, 7.6K channel points, so no, you there's no such redeem. How did you do that? How did you do that? Oh, those are the 2 places you really want to go to? That's actually unexpected for Hong Kong to be one of those. But yeah. I did go to both Hong Kong and Japan during my vacation. Although I like Japan a little bit more. Totally not biased or anything. No, it's actually just there's so much more in Japan than there is in Hong Kong, honestly. There's just so much more than that. Honestly. IRL Longman. Yeah, for sure. How was the weather? In Hong Kong, it was so... Hong Kong was terrible, honestly. I mean, it depends on the person, but it was just the fact that it was so humid and the fact that it was so hot at the same time, which didn't help either. And it was so cloudy a lot of the time, so Hong Kong was definitely really bad with the weather. You swear you'll go to Japan for at least 1 week of your life? Definitely. I mean, even a week is not enough. Well, yeah, at least a week, even a week isn't enough. Like, you'll realize soon enough that Japan is so freaking it's so freaking awesome. You guarantee Hong Kong's weather is better than British weather? Is it? Okay. I guess that's something that I've learned. I mean, oh, okay, yeah, okay, it is that. Alright, so, yeah, from what I said, I went to Hong Kong first, but in technicality, I actually, like, before I went to Hong Kong, I actually, in order to actually get there, I had to go to I actually had to go to Tokyo first. just I forgot to mention that I went with both my mother and my brother. Like, of course I didn't go by myself. If I did, I'd be completely I'd be completely lost. But yeah, going with my mother and my brother. It I mean, it would have been more fun if I actually went with friends, you know, because obviously a lot more comfortable with talking with them instead of my family, because I feel a little awkward sharing my interests with everyone. But yeah, you know, it's just how it is. At least we get to, you know, like talk about this and that a bit. So anyways, I said that the reason why we went to Tokyo first is so we could actually transfer over to Hong Kong. So while we were at Tokyo, you know, we just sort of shopped around for souvenirs and stuff. Oh damn, you went with your mom, so you were restricted from going to anime shops? No, that wasn't the thing. She actually allowed me to just explore around all I wanted, but it was just time constraints that prevented me from actually, you know, looking in further. So it's not that she was against it, it's just that there wasn't enough time. As I said, a week is not enough time. It's really not. If only incognito mode was real. No. You assume I got quite a bit of merch then? A bit. I'll show that in some time later. But yeah, most of the merch I got was not most. All of the stuff I got was from Japan, while I just didn't really get anything from Hong Kong. So yeah, first in Tokyo, I actually was just slacking around in the airport, or we actually, my mother and my brother, my mom and my bro. Yeah, we were just exploring around the airport while we were there, just to familiarize ourselves with how Japan is. Even the airport is huge, man. I can't. There wasn't any time before we transferred over to Hong Kong from that moment. And yeah, in that time, we actually went to, Did you cross Shibuya Crossing, the biggest crosswalk in the world? I'll go over that in a bit. But yeah, I did, I did, and it was awesome. But in like transferring over to going to Tokyo first was just for transfer, but like going to Tokyo the second time was actually, you know, for real, when we actually explored Japan. Like, we didn't, like, at the time we actually arrived in Tokyo, we were only in the airport until we transferred to Hong Kong. But then after Hong Kong visit, we just went back to Tokyo. So that's when we actually started exploring around. So in the Tokyo International Airport, we went to the food court, and there a lot of the actual stores were closed. A lot of the restaurants were closed at that time because we arrived way too early. Like, a lot of the stores open at 7 o'clock a.m. at their time. Oh yeah, posture check. I'm sitting up straight. Thank you for reminding me. Yeah, but at that time, a lot of the stores were closed, so we kind of just had to wait until 7 o'clock just for that. And honestly, even that amount of even if we arrived early at the store, there was a lot of people lining up. A lot of people lining up. I don't. Okay, no, I know why, but at the same time, it's so freaking overhyped. Not overhyped, but just I don't get it. It's like there's just so many other stores you could go to just to get some breakfast, but they just had to choose the one freaking restaurant that we wanted to, eat at. We went to go to get udon. Udon was, and yeah, a lot of people were lining up for udon, and it was so it was like an hour wait for just 3 bowls. I mean, what the heck. One bad thing about Japan are the queues, but that's expected. Yeah, that makes sense. But even then, this is the international airport. It's just the airport. We haven't seen anything yet. But it was just an hour wait for just 3 bowls. I have no idea why people took so long just to order just so little. I don't get it. We were trying to order udon, but like the fact that there's so many people just taking so long just to order stuff, it sucked. It sucked a lot with that. Honestly, but we got our udon, and that was we got our udon. Honestly, it tasted really good. It tasted really good. I really like the udon we have here. It doesn't compare. It doesn't compare at all. I mean, there's like a few exceptions, like the udon noodles in Tokyo. They're definitely like they're not soft, but they're not firm like how they're traditionally made. It's like this in between, but it still tasted really good. Man, McDonald's meal. I want 20 minutes later. Big Mac. Man, just imagine. But yeah, a lot of food in Japan was so good. It was so good. I mean, come on, man. I just don't. I can't understand how food here just can't compete. They could definitely take the same steps, but they just don't. Asian food is top tier. It definitely is. It definitely is top tier. It doesn't matter which region in Asia. It's just no matter what. Even Asians who imitate other cuisine, even they do it so much better. Actually, no, that's not entirely true, but it's true for when others try to imitate. No competition at all. Yep. But the udon was so good. It was like a good amount of salty, good amount of like texture. It was so and it was a big bowl too, but it was cheap as heck. I forgot what the pricing was, but it was definitely around like the 3 digits. I think it was like 500 yen for the bowl. And that was pretty. It's like a steal, man. Both for the bowl and the tempura. It's like, what the heck? How? Like anything in Japan that we get is so cheap. Everything feels like a discount. Instead, it just felt like a discount. I just can't understand how the frick they managed to do it. It's like having ramen homemade compared to made by professional chefs. You can definitely taste the difference. Yeah, for sure. It was so it's just it's just that good. It was just that good. I mean, and after you know having that udon breakfast, we decided to not decided. Yeah, we just decided to just go to a random 7-Eleven because I mean there's a whole lot of convenience stores or konbinis in Japan, and like 7-Eleven is one of them, and then there's like Family Mart and Lawson's. We just stumbled upon a 7-Eleven, and then we bought a like it's just the airport, man. We already bought like some snacks and drinks. We already just bought a lot of stuff. I have no idea. Like there was definitely a lot of time to just do that stuff. Like the second time we went, or like the for real trip. But Japan was just that good. It definitely just made us buy a lot when we didn't need to. I think that's the dangerous thing. Like when things are so so cheap in terms of their price in Japan, and then you get tempted to spend a lot. I think that's the dangerous thing. Like when things are just so cheap, and then you just have to buy a lot of quantities, and then that's what that's what gets you. You just forget. I mean, even the water bottles, they're cheaper than what we have here. I mean, come on, it's like even ordinary water is just 100 yen or less, like less than $1. Like what the heck? It's just absurd how we sell water bottles at such an expensive price. It doesn't make sense. So after shopping around in the 7-Eleven, it's like this random like ice cream stand or I don't know if I would call it an ice cream stand. The last time you were in an airport, you got rumbled by police for no reason. You had to explain that you weren't on anything bad to them. You had a fear of airports after that. How the heck does that happen? Like I don't know which, just the airport in Britain, or is it just some other airport? Because I mean, I'm pretty sure it's Britain's airport, but that is really weird. That is really weird how the police just it's just free. It's just weird. I don't know how that happens. I don't know how that happens. Dang. Oh dang, that does suck. Being searched. I don't know how that happens. Just the police seeing you all of a sudden. I mean, I can understand like if something really bad was in your hand carry or something of the sort, but but just out of nowhere, that just doesn't make sense. Oh, Britain, I guess. Welcome to the UK, where a whole bunch of stuff just happens for no reason. And after that, oh yeah, wait. They stop people randomly in European airports. What the heck? they really want to make up for the money they're making. Like, they think detaining random people is gonna get them money, but I don't know how that mentality even goes. I don't get it. Why would they think that? It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. But oh well then. But yeah, anyways, talking about the better airport, Tokyo International Airport. Yeah, we stopped by a soft cream stand. I mean, at least they call it soft cream. They call it soft cream in Japan, but we just call it soft serve. Soft serve ice cream. And I think there was one flavor that was Hokkaido, like Hokkaido milk flavor. I'm not sure if it was Hokkaido milk or if it was Hokkaido milk white chocolate combination, but regardless, I can't even describe it anymore. The taste of that was, it was actually just, it was just so delicious. I feel like it was like eating like butter or whipped cream or something. Your mom was stopped once too and was nearly arrested because she didn't know what was going on, so the security thought she was on something. Oh. God, that is really harsh. That is really harsh. That is just weird. I don't get it. I don't get why that happens in European airports. Just getting stopped randomly for no reason. Just imagine being stopped just for looking a little tired, and it's just, hey, you're on drugs or something? Hey, what are you doing? What are you doing? Europe is brutal. You're moving to Asia. Yeah, feel like I was thinking either Japan or South Korea would be good choices to move if it was Asia specifically. Any other country, it's not really ideal. Yeah, that's how I would say. I mean, the languages you definitely need to learn too. Well, not like everything, but just like essential stuff. If that were to happen anyway. But yeah, Europe is brutal with that. Okay. I'm still feeling a little weird. Just typical old me, I guess. So after all of that stuff happened in the Tokyo International Airport, it was time to transfer over to Hong Kong. Also, don't make the mistake of asking a European airport security officer why they stop random people because they just refuse to tell you. Dang. That's just abuse of power right there. And then whenever it's like, oh, they can just be silent about it. I don't know about that. That's just really irresponsible. Oh god. Alright. So anyways, transferred to Hong Kong at that moment, and we went to the hotel to check in, and the hotel room in it was the Shangri-La hotel over in Hong Kong that we checked in at, and it was huge. It was huge. I mean, like one of the things that I just just differentiate from every other place in Hong Kong. And then it's just this place in Jinshajoy, and then it's just what this Shangri-La was just huge. That hotel was huge. Like the lobby, it just had all this fancy stuff. I mean, God. And I thought it was like a little weird at first, because it's like, oh, it's typical Hong Kong. They're just gonna look fancy on the outside, and then, you know, not really have anything good to offer for the rest of it. I was wrong. I was wrong. Like they were really detailed with a lot of the stuff. Did I get food within the hotel for free, or did I pay separately for it? We actually didn't get any food in the hotel. I think it's a separate fee. But regardless, we just went out to eat breakfast. There were a whole lot of other like restaurants we would eat at anyway, and well, besides we had to explore Hong Kong anyway, so we just went out for food. We didn't really go for hotel food. I mean, I would have been sure that the food in Shangri-La would have been great anyway, but we didn't try that. We didn't try that at all. Understandable. Yeah. We went for other alternatives instead. Alternatives? That doesn't sound right. That doesn't sound right at all. We checked in. My mom contacted some of my family members to visit the hotel room. It was some years since I've seen them, and yeah, it was really like surreal, I guess, just seeing them again. I mean, it's just cause like most of the time we would see and talk to them like in online calls, but seeing them in like face to face again it felt nice. It felt nice, but it's unfortunate that I couldn't. Yeah, I have an Asian background, for sure. Yeah, it's actually it's unfortunate that I could talk. I could talk in English, but not in any other language. I would only understand by listening to them, but I would not understand. I would not, I can't freaking talk like the same way in Cantonese. I mean, I wish I knew a little bit more Cantonese, but it's too late now. It's too late now. But regardless, I still loved seeing them. Yeah, I mean, I wish I spent a little more time with some of the others, but it's because some of the other family members just have work or like school to do, so they couldn't visit as often as they wish. The weekdays, after all, they don't. I mean, gosh, the work conditions, I swear, the work conditions in Hong Kong, is really. I mean, I don't know if it's that great at all, but oh well, that's just how it is. And after meeting with my family, the extended family anyway, I mean, I'm still related with them in one way, but yeah, I'd say extended just because they're from there. They're not from, they're not here with me. So, I mean, that's the technicality, I guess. It's Cantonese. Is Cantonese its own language or a type of language? Well, okay, well, Cantonese, Cantonese is how it's spelled. I mean, you were kind of close with the spelling, but yeah, it's kind of hard to explain, or maybe it's not that hard anyway. It's sort of like a dialect to Chinese. I mean, we would know Mandarin Chinese, like the main version of, not main version, but like the one current version of Chinese that we would know about, Mandarin Chinese. Cantonese Chinese is like a different dialect, I guess. Like, we use the same characters, we use the same characters, but the pronunciation is totally different. It's similar, but it's totally different. I mean, gosh, but you know, it's not like Japan with their Kansai dialect, where it's like, oh, you change a little bit of the sentence structure. No, Cantonese Chinese is like replacing a whole lot of pronunciation. Like a whole lot of the pronunciations just changed, but a lot of the other stuff is just overall the same. Yeah. So Cantonese is pretty much it's just a different version of Chinese. I have no idea if everything is the exact same. Probably like some other things are different, but I don't think so. I feel like some of the other stuff is the same. Oh well. Regardless, it was really tough to try and talk in Cantonese. I mean, I just couldn't, because I know how to listen. Like, I understand the conversation most of the time, but the fact that I can't really... Oh, Cantonese, you speak that too? What the... Oh yeah. Yeah, I suppose you do. The ghetto Chinese. What the heck? I mean, sure. Oh well. You can't speak any language except English. Well, I mean, at least you know English, because that's pretty much the #1 language out of the whole world. Falling in love. Yeah. I can't freaking... Okay, you don't know Mandarin. I mean, that's understandable, because it's not the... Even though you took a class on it last fall. What the can speak fluent British English and a tiny bit of Japanese. Ah, well, I mean, the British English makes sense. The Japanese, that's actually surprising. I mean, I totally wish I spoke a little bit more Japanese while I was at Japan, but I felt so embarrassed every time I tried. But anyways, after that whole family meeting in the hotel room, we just went to a buffet. And in this whole vacation, we went to a whole lot of we went to quite a bit of buffet restaurants throughout, and I started to just grew sick of buffets just because we went to so many of them within a short time. By tiny bit of Japanese, I mean until the 3rd level of Japanese Duolingo. I've never actually taken their class on that. Not like I use Duolingo or anything. I don't know what that level covers in some way, but in any case, it's still pretty good. I mean, as long as you know some of the basics, then the rest is maybe not that straightforward, but who knows. Yeah, so the buffet. The buffet. It was meh. I mean, it was to be expected out of Hong Kong anyway. The food was just meh. I didn't really like any of the selections, and it just sucked. The buffet sucked. Like the first buffet, it was meh. Buffet, now we're talking. This one, maybe not the one we would want. The food was meh. I didn't really like it that much. Like the rest of the people, I didn't really think it was that great either. I mean, it was just all it was all it was all display. The taste was meh. Oh, bad buffet. If you feel sorry for me, it's alright. It's not like so bad that I got some food poisoning out of it, but it wasn't good enough to say it was awesome of sorts. It really wasn't that great, but I guess like the other buffets were pretty good. I mean, the one in Japan was just the best one. Okay, enough about Japan. It was supposed to be Hong Kong. But that's the end of day 1 of Hong Kong. Summarized anyway. Not like the whole thing. How much was the buffet entrance fee? Maybe the jet lag sickness is just food poisoning from the buffet. Couple weeks ago to here? That I don't know about that. I don't think that's I mean, that would be really unfortunate if it really just I'm gonna make you sick when you come back, and then you won't be able to stream for the rest of the week. No, I'm kidding. Sue them. I mean, I don't. Nah, that's not good enough, is it? But my mom and my brother planned the whole thing with, you know, the restaurants that we went to, so I actually didn't pay attention to the prices. But if I were to guess, probably like maybe around okay, I have no idea. Maybe like 350 Hong Kong dollars. Probably like around. I have no idea what the multiplier or addition of the money is with Hong Kong dollars. I'm probably over exaggerating with the price, but probably like that. Making my family pay, good idea to get a freebie trip. Well, I mean, I guess. I guess. I mean, it's not like I slacked off. I actually had to contribute in some way or another. So it's like, hey, you can come join us, but you're gonna have to help us with all this and that. And so I did. So around $45 US. Well, that's my estimation, I guess. My estimation of it anyway. It should. Again, I might be over exaggerating on that one. My mom and my brother living in pockets of toast after getting home. Well, don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. It's not like we're in debt or anything. No. No, we're fine. we're fine. We planned accordingly, so we're not gonna be broke. They'll be fine for a few days. Man, a lot of it's their fault though. They kept buying a whole bunch of Japanese snacks, so it's their fault for spending more than what I did. Okay. But yeah, it's whatever. They planned the whole thing for both Hong Kong and Tokyo. So that was the end of day one. In summary, I don't feel like going over into too much detail with each actual day. Japanese snacks are goated. You feel them. I mean, I get it, but we barely had anything to fit in the freaking luggage. We didn't have. We did have enough space for everything, but barely. We barely had enough space. We just had to sort of play an organization game. Like, as a joke, killed him $1 and told him it's worth more in Hong Kong, so enjoy it. Actually, it's worth a lot less than in Hong Kong. Like $1 in USD is gonna be worth less. Or is that how it works? I'm pretty sure that's how it works. Like, the more expensive it is from the conversion. Oh, that's a better joke. Yeah, it's a better joke. It's a better joke in that sense. Yeah. I mean, nah, I don't think they think of it. Oh well, they're fine. We're fine. We don't need any other thing. So, alright, the second day, the whole family went out for dim sum, and that was okay. It was okay. It's more like the selection of food more than the taste of it. The everything was pretty good there. Just the whole thing that's like some of it I just couldn't. Like maybe it's just me. Maybe it's just me. Just dim sum. No, I'm pretty sure it was just the selection that happened. I mean, everything else was pretty good in that restaurant. It was just maybe like some of the select items were not the best, I guess. I don't know. Yeah. I don't know. I'm trying to remember and look at like the notes I took just to like try and sum up what happened in the trip. I mean, yeah. Nothing really happened like too much in Hong Kong, so I can't really like say anything at all. Like it was a whole bunch of dumb stuff that happened. Yeah, I'm totally like skipping a whole bunch of stuff that's supposed to be in the timeline, but I mean, I'm just only listing out the important stuff that happened. I'm saying important, but I'm pretty much saying it as if it's not important at all. Like, oh, dim sum. Yeah. And then that's like I just can't say anything else though. I mean, that's all. I mean, not all of the second day, but should have asked for more expensive stuff while there. Just get more value for absolutely nothing. Nah, I'm pretty sure they wouldn't approve of that. I mean, they wouldn't understand. They wouldn't understand the value and quality. They wouldn't. Whatever. It's whatever stuff I got, I'm fine with. Oh yeah. Okay. So after dim sum, a whole bunch of stuff happened. Went through some. Oh yeah, the subway lines. The subway lines in Hong Kong. Gosh, people are so. They're so rushy. Impatient. Now introducing the brand new show, Breaking My Family's Bank Accounts, hosted by Andrike Scott. Nah, that's not. No, that's not what happened. That's not what happened. We're fine. Nothing happened. What are you talking about? But yeah, okay, the subways. People just want to go in, and like every couple minutes, as like an actual subway train actually arrives, and people still people still just go for it. People still go for it. I don't know why. People still go for the door. Like as soon as Oh god, subways in places like that are super crowded. Yeah. Well, I mean, that's just Hong Kong. A lot of the subway stations in Hong Kong they're so freaking crowded and so impatient. I mean, it's just God, and especially Hong Kong people. I'm not saying every Hong Kong person's like this, but it happens so much at a time that it feels like a stereotype. So they're just rude, man. It's like taking a subway in Tokyo during a school morning. Yeah, pretty much. Except at the time we went to Japan, it wasn't as crowded. But it's probably just because we didn't go that early, so I guess we were fine in that way. But Hong Kong, it's even worse than Japan. We're not that much worse. Nah, I don't know. This is probably worse. I have no idea what it's like with like both busy scenarios, but Hong Kong, the people there, so rude, man. They just sort of bump you and then they just don't even care. Like they cut in front of you when you're waiting in line and they don't even care. Like why, man? We're standing in line here. Hello? We're like, come on. We're living beings. Persona 5 told you to stay away from subways in Tokyo during early mornings and nights. I mean, I guess that's just in game, I guess. I don't know if that's, I mean, I guess it happens in, yeah, I guess it happens in real life too. I just don't actually know whether it happens because we didn't go that early in the subway stations. But Hong Kong, God, it's just so weird. Like, why? Like the doors open, and people just try to go in, and then the doors just shut so early. Like they only allow like 10 seconds like after the doors open, and then or like 10 to 15 seconds, and then they close it. It's like, yeah, no wonder people are rushing towards the door. But even then, the subways just come every couple minutes, so it's not even that long of a wait. So why are people rushing? It's like, why? It's just so weird. So, yeah, after going through a whole bunch of stuff there, yeah. Honestly, by the sounds of it, British public transport is similar to Hong Kong because people just get in your way and they aren't bothered. Dang. Yeah. I mean, pretty much. Pretty much. Similar in some way. Again, I don't know the comparison because I don't know each side. I only know one of the sides. But I know for sure that Hong Kong's not any better. Or maybe it's like slightly better. And that's it. So took the subway at that point to a different spot. I forgot where in particular in Hong Kong. But we stopped by like a noodle shop. And okay, I feel like this is the time where I should actually share some photos. This one, a bowl of noodles, and okay, and it's really weird. Like some of the actual restaurants have their spoons and chopsticks just there, and we can't really, yeah, we can't really do anything about like oh, they can't even bother about cleaning the chopsticks and spoons, so we have to clean them ourselves. But this one of the exceptions. Me, your mom and stepdad were on a very busy trip once, and your mom was pregnant at the time, but there was no place to say. She nearly fell, and we're just kidding. Dang, what the heck? I feel like there should be priority seats at that point, so you could actually, allow your mom to, sit at the spot. But dang, like people are just really inconsiderate with that. But yeah, we got these bowls of noodle soup, and I'll say this much. It was very tiny. It was very tiny. Like just the size of it was pretty much my hand size. I mean, I don't have particularly large hands. Not like that's important or anything, but the ball was just as big as my palm, and that that was ridiculous. I mean, the price was reasonable, of course, but clip all of this for out of context moments. No, please. I don't want that. I don't want that. Man. But yeah, wait. This bowl was starting from it was very tiny. No. No. That's so bad. That's so bad. Oh my god. But yeah, the bowl was extremely small, but the price was reasonable, and it tasted really good. Nonetheless, yeah, nothing else to say. Yeah, one other photo. Forgot to show this. Well, or maybe not. No. Alright, well, here we are. I took this photo inside the hotel room that we were staying at in Hong Kong. It was extremely cloudy. Like, almost every day was cloudy. and at the same time it was humid and warm, so it was really bad. Or not, maybe not bad in some other people's standards. Of course Hong Kong people are used to it, but I'm not. It was really icky. Nice view, big clouds. Ah, man. How I wished for it to actually had like a sky instead of just musty, cloudy, foggy. I don't know. I just thought, it looked kind of like, yeah, I mean, it's a good picture, but you could say Andrike sky. I want sky blue, not whatever the hell this is. I want to be known to have sky blue, not white sky, cloudy, polluted sky. But yeah, I took that when I was inside the hotel room. Oh yeah, after that, of course, because the small bowl wasn't enough, we went to just a random McDonald's that we stopped by just for a little bit more to eat. And well, I didn't really eat anything. It was more like my brother wanted to eat something because he eats so much, and I can't understand why the hell he does. I mean, he just does, I guess. But he ate a lot, and I mean he ordered like 2 sandwiches after the noodle soup, and like some chicken nuggets. I mean, what the heck? He's a hungry boy. Honestly, I don't get it, man. Oh yeah, well, okay, well it's... yeah, he ordered a whole lot of that, and he didn't really eat absolutely everything, which is like... it's like, yeah, I know. It's like, I knew he's not that hungry. I knew he's not gonna eat all of it. And of course, my mom and I, we couldn't really help out either because we were already full. We didn't really think about eating anything after the noodle soup. But yeah, one thing that's interesting, the kiosks, like the ordering kiosks in I think, I'm pretty sure it's in like some like Asian versions at McDonald's, but yeah, just sitting patiently while your brother eats macos. Speaking of which, okay, yeah, here's this one. Gosh, that's tiny. Okay, okay, there's this kiosk, and one interesting thing was, I don't know how long this so-called charity thing was going on in Hong Kong, but Jesus Christ, you need that. The chicken Big Mac? Yeah, the interesting thing was that for every Big Mac or something you ordered, you contribute like a certain amount to the charity. Those burgers look stacked. Why is that not on Uber Eats? Regional specialty, I guess. I don't know. But chicken Big Mac was definitely one interesting thing. I mean, I mean, this is just promotional material anyway. We didn't actually order any of these, like, Macs. we weren't that hungry. But it was like one thing that I saw and it was like, hey, this looks pretty interesting. And like one other thing, the Oreo, the Oreo pies. There were the apple pies. I actually wanted this, but I wasn't that hungry, and even if we could have stopped by a McDonald's and just got this one, we didn't have time, so what the fuck? That looks interesting. Yeah, instead of an apple pie, it's just that. It's just a cookies and cream pie. It's just a cookies and cream pie. I mean, I can't imagine how it tastes or how the texture is. Might be good, might be bad. But I don't know. It's just a whole bunch of stuff that I don't actually know about. And there's this one. I don't know why I took a photo of this. I don't know why. maybe just instinctually I just, wow, I really have a need to take a photo of this. And there's this, I don't know, it's just the funny like Big Macs with the happy faces, I guess. And then like the text Big Mac, big heart. And I just thought like Big Mac, big intake. Best pick so far, 10 out of 10. Yeah. And then there's like this guy. I don't know. I don't know if he's like some Hong Kong idol or something. Like some well-known Hong Kong celebrity. I for sure as hell don't know who the hell this guy is. And then he's like doing some heart. I don't know why I took a photo of this. It just felt funny for some reason. It's like, wow, I have to take a photo of this. But yeah, it's just, I don't even know who that guy is. It's just that, I guess. It might be the manager. If a manager looked like that, if the manager looked like that, I'd be scared. I'd be scared. He'd be approaching. Imagine asking for the manager, and then he comes out and he's smiling at you with the heart, the hand heart. It's just like, what can I do for you? Like, what can I help you with? This, I mean, I don't think that's gonna happen. I don't feel like calling for the manager in Hong Kong is just impossible. I don't think that's ever happening. Yeah, in that case, you're out of there. Yeah. Yeah, that was the end of that second day. I don't know what else. I don't know what else happened in the second day other than like those things. But yeah, I guess that's just how it is. Alright, third day. This is the actual the actual time I actually had a memorable breakfast, I guess, in Hong Kong. I mean, okay. So, oh, God, okay. Here. Okay, so for breakfast we went to some, I forgot where exactly. Like in the city, but the restaurant's called Australian Dairy Company, even though what to take from second day: cloudy, hungry, not hungry anymore, except Andrike's whether we wanted McDonald's. Yeah, I mean, a lot of stuff that happened in Hong Kong, I don't really have that much interesting stuff to go over anyway. And plus it's like a couple weeks ago, so I can't exactly remember every single thing. And also it's just like stuff that happened, and I was like, no, this won't do for a story. But we went here, and there was quite a bit of a wait with this one, surprisingly enough. For something that's called Australian Dairy Company though. that was funny. But the actual food there was pretty good. But the staff were so rushed. They were rushy as heck. They were really going for like every single customer, and then they just like dish out the they just dish out the meals every goddamn minute. And then people just eat and then they get out. I think it was like 20 minutes or 30 minutes of a wait for this one. And I mean, the food was pretty good. Oh, whoops. Hit the wrong thing. Okay. And then there is... yeah, and then got a bottle of Kowloon dairy. It just tasted like ordinary milk. Nothing like extremely special. I mean, it was good, but not the greatest I've tasted. But it's still fine. If they have it outside of the UK, you need to go to Karen's dinner. I don't know. Maybe I'll probably look it up. Yeah, I figured it was diner. I don't know if they do though. Alright. I'll look it up. Let's see. Guess they... I guess they do. Karen's Diner is 10 out of 10 food and 1 out of 10 service. Dang. That really does sound like the place I went to. But I don't know which is more important, like the food or the service. But I guess if you just want the food, then the food's more important. But if you want the service, then I guess the service is what you want. Although, if it was the other way around, where it's 1 out of 10 food but 10 out of 10 service, you'd probably be dead. It's like, hey, they're nice to you and all, but then you'd be dead. You'd be dead. I think they do, actually. I think they do. I'm actually not sure if it's anywhere nearby me. The workers at Karen's Diner is probably gonna make fun of you and scream at you and just really anything. Man. But from what I'm looking at, it's intentionally supposed to be terrible service, so it's definitely getting the point across. I didn't actually think it was literal Karen stuff. But that's awesome. Yeah, it's literal kids. Good to know. Good to know. I think it's somewhere near. I think it's somewhere like not near me, of course. I think it's somewhere in the US, I guess. But that's interesting. But no, it's totally. This restaurant I went to is totally different from Karen's Diner. But yeah, I had the sandwiches. Sandwiches, man. The sandwiches at that restaurant. Oh my god. They were huge. They were huge, man. They're literal. They were so stacked that they had to put into 4 slices, or like 4 different smaller sandwiches. They throw menus on the floor and place your order like 3 tables away sometimes. Dang. Jeez, that's a feast. One thing for certain is that this was for 1 person. I mean, sure, it's like 4 smaller sandwiches, but the stacks were stacked. It's like there was like scrambled eggs and cheese and corned beef, ham, and pickles. It tasted really good, honestly. Maybe it's not like to some other people's liking, but I for sure liked it. But they dished it out like, what, 5 minutes after we ordered, and then they just put out like all 3 of the plates. It's like, what the heck? There's so much. There's so much within a short time frame, and it already tasted that good. I mean, what the heck? How? That Australian dairy company, I guess. Oh, those sandals look good. Yeah. They look delicious. They were delicious. Meal for 1, please. Arrives. I said for 1. It is for 1. What? That's like funny sometimes when you just see the portion size and it's like, wow, that's for 1 person. Luckily enough, I was hungry enough to actually eat the whole plate here, so it tasted really good that I didn't want to stop. I just and then I ate the whole thing. Tasted pretty good. It tasted so good. Okay. I'm trying to gather up what I... Okay, so after that breakfast, breathe it in like Kirby. Yeah, like Kirby. Yeah, make sure not to turn into the sandwich. just eat it, not, transform into the sandwich. Yeah, after breakfast, we went shopping around Mongkok, which is like the more tech side of Hong Kong. Could say it's sort of like the Akihabara of Hong Kong, but God, a lot of shops closed down because of COVID, and then we couldn't see any anime. We couldn't see as much anime merch at that point. It was definitely like Mongkok was definitely in a worse condition than it was before. Look on the bright side, if you became a sandwich, your mother brother get an extra meal. What the heck? No! No! What the heck? That's... No, oh my god. Nah, they... not the bright side. Come on, man. I don't want to be a meal for someone else. That's oh man. That's just great. Yeah, went shopping around Hong Kong, except it's not really, there wasn't really anything. And got some more noodle soup. Problem was I actually wasn't even hungry because of the earlier breakfast. At the time I didn't take any pictures of this because I didn't order anything for noodle soup. But it was supposed to be like cart style? I don't know how to say, like, I know like for Japan they say it like yatai style, but I don't know how to say it in Cantonese, but it's like cart style, like they serve it in a cart. But this restaurant was not on a cart. It was a small restaurant, but I guess you could say it was small enough to be like a cart size, I guess. But it wasn't a literal cart, but they just made it as if it was like cart style noodle soup. And it tasted pretty good, actually. It tasted pretty good, but I wasn't hungry, so I only ate a little like share of what my mom shared to me. It was, again, didn't eat that much there, but it was still pretty good. And after that, we went around. I have no clue. Okay, so this was still around the same place. If you inhale the noodle soup, you become the spaghetti monster. Man. Oh god. No. Just no. No. Not spaghetti. It's gonna have to be something completely different though. So just the noodle soup monster instead. I don't know what that would look like. But yeah. After that sort of lunch, I didn't really eat that much though, because I wasn't that hungry. We went shopping around some more. I didn't really get anything in at all. It was more like my mom was shopping around for clothes. And at this point, I stopped by. I saw it like a claw machine center, and it was so funny. Like a lot of claw machines that you see in Hong Kong, they're rigged. They're rigged. Like not like in the way that you would know it in any other place. It's even worse. It's even worse. Like when you thought like every other place was rigged with claw machines, like I feel like Hong Kong and some other places, they rig it even worse. When they just don't want you to win, and then these people want you to win less. Claw machines are made to only work if you give enough money. I mean, that is the point. That is the point. But in this instance, as you can see, okay, I took a picture of this, and just when it was not easy getting a prize, um, those are cute, but really, really funny when you realize that they had to like install a freaking like metal bar on the like the prize opening at the top, like just to prevent you from winning it when you actually thought. Like a lot of the claw machines inside the center were actually like this too, and then like the other ones, they just had like paper or cardboard covering the prize top of it, the prize opening, so you couldn't win at all. Like why it was already hard to win, and then you just have to add this kind of shit in. It's like, what? Why? It's just, and it was really surprising that I actually saw like a couple like like they actually it's really weird that they actually won like some prizes in there. I mean, it really shows just how much dedication and money they had to spend to get those prizes, and then they realize it's totally not worth it at all. I mean, what the heck is this? How do we rate this? Yes. What do you mean that's not an answer? Watch this. It's just when, you know, you could weaken the claw and that would have been enough to break it. They just had to add in an extra element just to prevent you from actually like winning the actual prize. And then like not only that, but they just taped like the prizes like over the freaking opening right there, and like sometimes so it looks like, oh, you can win maybe, but then because of how cluttered the opening on the top is, it's so hard to try and win. I just can't understand how that couple just won. How did they win something so obviously rigged like this? And then they just, when pigs fly, they can't, but plushies exist. No one can get them though. It's man. Well, it's just how it is. Like a lot of, and like the whole influence of anime in Hong Kong is really funny too, because they just added a whole bunch of Demon Slayer, Jujutsu Kaisen, Spy Family into the claw machines, and then they add a whole bunch of crap onto the prize opening like this too. It's like, wow, great. I really appreciate that, Hong Kong. Yeah. Yeah. That was definitely something I saw. One of the things of all claw machines. Except a family who made the system probably shoved their child into it to get a prize out. If only that's how it works. If only that's how it works. But they had, but staff was watching. I still don't know how that couple won those prizes. It's like, how? Did you bribe them or something? I wasn't there at the moment. But that didn't feel right. That didn't feel right at all. God. Oh yeah. Okay, so there's this funny thing I saw. We were walking around some more, and hours passed by because obviously nothing much was happening. It was pretty boring, and we just sort of passed by like a restaurant, and it had this really funny thing. It had this really funny balloon, man. And it was really funny to me. Like, it was just like, instead of like those, oh, I forgot what they're called. Like those were like extreme guys. It's like just these, it's like these mascots at their restaurants or something, and it's just waving like this. It's like, come on in, come on in. Like it just looked funny to me, so I just recorded a video. Monkey be waving, yeah. It's like what the heck? It just looked funny to me. And it was actually for a Thai restaurant. It was for a Thai restaurant, but a lot of the selection was seafood, and most of it I didn't really like, but I just had to eat some of it anyway. And I got some pad thai, because that's that's sort of a classic. And then there was like some other stuff as well. I forgot if they had anything else. But yeah, we stopped by this restaurant just for a coincidental dinner. I have no idea why. Come on in, if you pay enough, maybe my arm will unbreak itself. just maybe, just maybe, you know. I mean, yeah, I have no clue. And then these were one of the restaurants in Hong Kong where they just have a batch of chopsticks. And some spoons, and then I don't know. Every time we just assume it's not washed, so we just had to wash it ourselves with like a kettle, a kettle of hot water, and then wipe it off with the napkins around. I mean, I hate that. It's like a lot of the time in Hong Kong restaurants where you just have to clean it yourself, and then just like have the dirty water dumped into a bowl. It's like, what the heck, man? What? You're not bothered to wash the chopsticks and the spoons yourself? What the heck? That's not sanitary. Like if it was I just can't. I just didn't really understand, but it was like that for the rest of the time in Hong Kong. So yeah. Oh well. Food was okay though in the restaurant. Not like the best, but still. Next time check if the water itself is safe. We would know for sure if anything is safe or not if they just straight up give a kettle of hot water and a freaking big bowl for you to wash everything. Oh yeah, not only the chopsticks and the spoons, but even the freaking like, I was gonna say cups and bowls. Yeah. If it's blue, it's good. If brown, good luck. Never seen water that's blue. No, never seen blue water. I'd say clear would have been more safe. I mean, luckily enough, it's safe. It's clear. mean, if it's brown, then that's technically tea. Like, I don't... just plain old tea. I don't know how else to explain it. I mean, if you don't smell the tea, or if you don't taste the tea, then it's probably not tea. Or it's... whatever. That's just how it is. Okay. Oh crap, the movie is chlorine. Chemical warfare in your body. Oh my god. Chlorine. Chlorine, oh my god. I mean, it can clean stuff. Doesn't mean you should drink it at all. Oh well, that's just too bad. That was pretty much the sum up of day 3. Day 4. We went to another place we went to another restaurant for breakfast, but this one was actually close to our hotel. It cleans out your body fluids really fast. Yeah, that's concerning. That's the concerning part. But yeah, anyway, went to another restaurant. French-styled restaurant. Le Pan. Quotidian. I have no idea how to pronounce that properly. But we went here. For breakfast, and oh my god, it was pretty good. It was pretty good. The food there was pretty good. Oh frick, I forgot whether I probably forgot. Whoops. Probably forgot. Let me see if I could. I'm pretty sure I took photos of the actual breakfast. If not, then they're probably gone somewhere. Well, I guess not then. Is it the pain because you get slapped after every bite of food? No. I think it's actually just okay, well I actually thought of that joke, well not the same exact one, but just the first time I saw the name, I just thought of this. It's like Le Pen. I sort of just cropped the actual name of it. Welcome to Le Pen. I hope your face is ready. But I'm pretty sure it's because of bread. It was a bakery, or a sort of bakery anyway. I'm trying to remember what I ordered. I ordered a breakfast set, and it had like the chocolates, like chocolate something, like oh chocolates or something. Oh, posture check. Okay, well. Oh yeah, right, because of my live 2D models here. If I'm like slightly hunched over here, then you will know. If I'm sort of backed up here, then yeah. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for reminding me. So yeah, I'm pretty sure that it's like pan, like the bread, chocolate pain instead of the meme song chocolate rain. Chocolate pain. No, that's not it. But it was like that, like some bread with chocolate chips in it for breakfast, and then some other stuff. I forgot what in particular, but it was really good. And then followed up with some like what they call as Belgium hot chocolate, and the way they presented it was like mainly milk first, and then like a small like amount of like melted chocolate, and then you just pour the chocolate over the milk base, and it was so it was kind of bitter, but it was still like it was still refreshing, I guess. It's like that's how you know it's good chocolate. A lot of the stuff I got was just chocolatey related in this one for breakfast. And at this moment, I completely forgot which side of Hong Kong I went to. Okay. We went to another place, and this was sort of like it was sort of interesting seeing this place. It's called The Pain of Forgetfulness. Yeah, I know, right? I mean, I'm pretty sure the locations are like written down somewhere, like in the photos I took, but I'm too lazy to check. But we went to this huge ass store. Like, I'm pretty sure it's like a. No, I'm sure. I saw this a whole bunch of. I saw this type or this like store a whole bunch of times in Japan, and it's like donkey, like either donkey or Don Quixote. And it's like this like mascot of like penguins and whatnot, and it was huge. It had like a top and bottom floor. I mean, goddamn, it was just, it was huge. It was huge, and I honestly didn't think I'd enjoy this place too much until I actually looked inside. Donkey, get out of this painful swamp! No, not that donkey. Honestly, I don't know why they call it donkey if it's not an actual donkey. It's just a penguin. But yeah, it was really interesting. They had a whole bunch of like Japanese stuff, so it was sort of like a sneak peek of what Japanese stuff is in the store. They had a whole bunch of variety of stuff, like some snacks, some convenient stuff. My impression caught you off guard. Nah, I'm not that good at it. Or maybe it was so bad that it actually caught you off guard. Nah, whatever. But there was a whole bunch of like stuff, like whether it was snacks or drinks or food, Maybe some other goods, like anime goods. Oh, it was good, you just weren't expecting it. You have to expect the unexpected. But God, I visited the store. It had a whole bunch of stuff, and it had this. It had this sort of thing, like drawn. I kind of felt disturbed. It was supposed to be like Spy Family, except themed with their penguins, and they were obviously selling like Spy Family merch in this section of the aisle. But I just thought what is this? So I just took a picture of this one thing. This is like, what? Why did they have this? So Spy Kids reboot be like, no, trust me. No, Spy Family is not anything like Spy Kids. I mean, okay, I mean, I have no idea for sure, but Spy Family is an anime. It's pretty funny, but it's good too. But yeah, it's literally all over the place, man. But if Spy Kids reboot be like this, I wouldn't know how to feel. Oh yeah, and then there. I don't know what the heck. I don't know what the heck. I don't even know why I took a picture of this one though. They have this pillow of this the funny like puppet Sun, I guess that's what it's called. Demon Doggy. Oh man, but they basically had something of sorts here. I'm not sure if anyone is aware about that like meme, or it's like this actual character in particular, but it's like hidden among like marshmallows or something, and it's like opening its mouth, but instead of it just opening its mouth cutely, it's just a scream after that. It's like, ah, ah. It's just like sort of like it wants to bark out your soul. But one other thing, this was actually right next to the adult section of the store. And I didn't actually think they'd have drawings of their penguin mascot on top of Tenga. I don't know why such a thing like these freaking pillows right here would actually be next to the adult section of the store. I mean, I didn't even want to look in the adult section because I was scared. Where's the picture of that part of the store? No. I mean, I was thinking about taking a picture of the entrance of it because I thought it was funny too, because it sort of had very funny art in front of it, and it had the penguin mascot too, except it was it looked a little bit more feminine than it would be. I Anyways, I didn't really feel like taking a picture of it because it felt really weird. But yeah, there was that part of the store. There was that part of the store, and I didn't really know how to feel about that one. Oh yeah, and speaking of which, we were... Good excuse. No, Mom, it's funny art, I can explain. My mom wasn't actually at that part of it. Or at least, she didn't look... Okay, the way it was formatted, like, I took the picture of the pillow and that was in front. Like, it was in an aisle. But then, the adult section was to the right of the picture. The thing was, my mom didn't really pay enough. She didn't pay attention to the right side of it. SAO Season 1 Episode 10 is funny art episode. Man. But yeah. Anyways, that part of it was actually like the part where I showed like the Spy Family merch and like picture and the funny Sun pillow thing. That was at like the bottom floor of the actual store. This stuff happened at the top of the store, the top floor of it, and this one it caught me by surprise actually. My mom was looking around some stuff, and she was checking around, and she was looking around. She looked to her left, and she was touching an object, sort of object, and she was wondering what the heck it was. And the moment I peered over her shoulder, I saw such cursed stuff that I wouldn't have imagined at all. She was actually looking at Tengas. I have no idea why they placed Tengas right there. Why did they just put it when normal like you they just put it like randomly in there where like convenience store items would be there, like sort of like snacks, mints, candies, and like cables, and then they just had to put up some Tengas all over the place right here. Like, what the heck? Like, look at this. They have like a different view of this. Like, this is normal, I guess. Like, look, it's just cables are here, and then Tenga, and then some other stuff. It's like, why? Like, out of all these normal looking stuff, and then it's just Tenga. I don't understand. And then there was like a massage gun too. It's like, what the heck? Why out of all the places would they just have that? I thought that would have been in the adults section, honestly. But they just blatantly put that out there. I don't know why they thought of just putting the thing right there. So boss, where do we put these? Here. Like, it's not like unorganized. They intentionally just put it there. They just put it there. Like a whole batch of them. A whole variety of them too. It's like, what? What? It's like, that's so random. I don't understand why they just put a whole bunch of that there. I don't get it. I don't get it at all. So whatever, that was that. And both my mom and my brother, they bought some snacks, some candy, because they were Japanese and all. I meant the snacks, not them. I missed the grammar part of it. Because the candy and the snacks were Japanese, so they bought those. And after shopping around in Donkey, we went to a very fancy freaking restaurant. I have no idea why we actually I have no idea why. It was actually located at a hotel, but this was a huge hotel. It was a huge hotel. I mean, this freaking thing. What the heck? Like it was huge. Like this hotel was huge, and I didn't even get to take a bit more footage of what it looked like at the very top, or like wow, yeah, it's still Hong Kong, but it's like this hotel is huge. Like I swore I took a video of like the rest of the building, but it was a huge hotel, and it was extremely fancy at that. And we ate our lunch there, like very overpriced, obviously. And oh yeah, this is I got to get a good view of Hong Kong. Well, so one part of it anyway. It was extremely cloudy. It was extremely cloudy, so it looks really grim and depressing. I mean, it still looked cool for a photo, but god damn, it was so cloudy at this day. I mean, god damn. Like sheesh. And as for what we ate, Industrial Revolution colorized. Honestly, yeah, that's basically what we can imagine it as. So for lunch, it was like a course order, so we had things in an orderly manner. Firstly was okay, it was some bread. It tasted really good, but my god, it was way too out of it was way too out of its league to like it was like, this is in Hong Kong, what the heck? And like some parts of it we just had to like have something fancy, some parts of it is just depressing. But this is one of the times where it was actually really, you know, well, obviously really fancy, really good and all. And then some, oh god, some sort of appetizer. I completely forgot what this one was. It had like a sort of mixture of like fish and then some like radishes on like overlaying on top of it, and then some fancy beads on it. and then some like sauce underneath the radish as well. Jeez, the fork is bigger than that. Yeah, a lot of the portion sizes in this restaurant, God, super tiny. That's how fancy we were going at with this. It's like, this is not worth the money. And I just had to eat the whole thing. Like, no matter what it is, I just had to eat the whole thing. Because it's already so expensive, might as well just get it. It's worth. It was not really that worth it at all. I mean, it was good, but it was so expensive. Oh yeah, posture check. Thank you for reminding me. Okay, anyway. Yeah, it was extremely small. It was a lot of other stuff was small too. There's this one too. This one had caviar on top of it. Holy crap. The expensive stuff. And then some more stuff, and then more out of context. No, stop making things out of context. It's so weird that way. You can't do this to me. You can't do this to me. No. But this one was like it was like sort of sour and at the same time like savory. It's like, what the heck? It's like, it was really strange at first. But then it started to get better as I ate more of it. But then it went back to like strange. It's like, what the heck? What am I eating? What is this? It's like the dark base of it was apple. Like, it's like not straight up apple. It's like, it was like apple gelatin. That looks nice, but the place should be way smaller. Well, I get that. It makes, yeah, I understand that. I'm guessing, no, never mind. I'm not guessing anymore. They really should have made it smaller. Like, some of the hot plates could just be like, hey, maybe like heat transfer and all. We don't want to have the heat like go all over the place from where it is, but I don't know. They really should have just made it smaller for cool dishes like this though. And then like the next part was, I think it was like a pistachio, like a pistachio soup or something like that. And yeah, it was, the thing I didn't expect was it for it to be cold. It was a cold soup, something I'm not really used to. I mean, I'm used to it when it's udon, because udon sometimes is served cold, but, and you know, there's like soba, like zaru soba, which is also cold, but quick side note, since it's my first live 2D model stream, can I raid someone at the end? I could try, but I don't know if there's like anyone right now like streaming like after. I don't know how long I'm gonna stream for here, but who knows, it'll go on for some time. Yeah, this was cold soup. It was meh, honestly. This soup was really weird. And it was very small, so I couldn't actually, you know, get anything out of it. I didn't really like this one enough. Fancy, but too overly expensive. And then here came a fillet. A fish. Or was it? I mean, yeah, no. I forgot what it... I forgot which part was... I forgot which course was fish and which one was meat. This one had a whole bunch of stuff happening. I feel like this part of the course was actually the best one, in my opinion. And you know, it was good, but again, it's too overly expensive. That's even too overly expensive. Said everybody who played a game with a battle pass. Yeah, that's just too bad. That's just too bad. No. But yeah, this one was the best out of the other ones that I've eaten. It was pretty good. That's all I have to say, though. Like the little drops that they put on had this nice savoriness to it. And the meat of this one, it was also pretty... It was easy to cut, and it was also juicy as well. It was pretty good. And for this one, I completely forgot what this one was supposed to be. Honestly, I forgot. I forgot what this one was supposed to be. I have no idea. Just sort of like took a picture of it and never thought of what the hell to say it was. This was... Okay, wait, hold on. Looks appetizing. Yeah, but I completely forgot what it was. Like it was something. But okay, well, I'll show that off, whatever. But then there was dessert, and dessert was a strawberry mousse, and this one was pretty good. It was sweet, but I still preferred the main, like, meat of the course. But this strawberry mousse was pretty good. Although I don't know why the plate is... I don't know why they served it on a plate like this. Well, whatever. I need to speed through this because I've been on the Hong Kong section for too long. I actually want to move on to Japan, but oh yeah, and then there's these desserts. Well, mini desserts. the dessert after the dessert. The left one, it was it's like some sort of like apple with some sort of other thing. Yeah, this is how you know I wasn't really that interested with the food here. Looks like a burger with a hat. The right one? Yeah. The right one, it had like gold foil on top of it, which made it extremely fancy, and then like marshmallow on the top of it, and like some bread, and then some like, I think it was like hazelnut spread on the middle of the biscuits. And the middle was some chocolate with some caramel in it, and that was pretty good. All of these were pretty good, nonetheless. But as I said before, overly expensive for what it was, and the portion size was so tiny. I mean, come on, what the heck? What the heck? it was so much money just for that. I mean, I can't understand that much about why they even did that. Yeah. Yeah, I had a and yeah, another video right here. Took a good video here of the view of the other part of Hong Kong, and there was like some Ferris wheel there, some sort of like fair, I guess. There was a whole bunch of construction going on. A lot of the time when construction is happening, when there's scaffolding, it's just bamboo scaffolding, which I don't know how secure that would be. That actually looks great. It does. It does look great. But it was extremely cloudy, so it felt really... it was so dark. And humid and warm. And whatever. It's fine, it's just Hong Kong. And... oh yeah, there's like this extremely... there's like this extremely fancy Apple store. Extremely fancy Apple store. I mean, what the heck? Like, there's like this... like, it had to have the Apple logo, like, shown where the window was. It's like, what the heck? It's like... Apple store skylines. And there's like all this other stuff. Like, whoa! Like that huge ass tower and whatnot. It's like, what the heck? Like all this other stuff. Like that was just wild. That was just wild as heck. Oh yeah, I got a closer video of the pier itself. Then yeah, about that Ferris wheel I talked about. I actually did go on it, but I didn't know exactly which. I didn't know exactly where to look. Like, there's like one side which was construction, which looked really weird, and then there was like the other side which actually looked pretty good. But I actually didn't know what to do. There was something in that, but eh. And then there's like the option between like sharing the actual like sharing the actual cabin itself with some other people, or if you want to make it a private cabin. Honestly, just pay for the private cabin. It's not even that expensive with that. I mean, why? Why? Oh well. So after we went to the pier, we went on like another like like some other thing, like not another, but it's like we went to a bus to like the very peak of Hong Kong. I don't know if it's exactly like the tallest peak in Hong Kong, but for sure as hell it was known as the peak for some reason. Your family are away in a cabin right now. They call you and tell you it's really cold. Well, that's unexpected when it's nearing the summer, but oh well, it's too bad. Oh well. That's just how it is for them. Yeah, we went to the peak of to mention because it used to be like a cool tourist attraction. Now it's not. It's really lame. It's really lame because there's really nothing like unique about it. Like really nothing. There's Cakeness and it's always cold there. in the middle of nowhere. What the heck? I guess so. I guess so. Dang. I guess it's never going to be warm. Oh yeah. In that peak of Hong Kong, as they call it anyway, they have this like Monopoly thing happening. They called it Monopoly Dreams for some reason. I don't know why. I don't even know what the Monopoly part was supposed to come into play here. But they definitely had it. Like at the very top. Not the very top, but they just had it like second top, I guess. And it looked really weird and out of place in this place. I don't know why, but it just felt really weird. But I at least got this like huge video shot here. Monopoly, if that is a game, let me play. Unfortunately, it's more like a shopping sort of thing. It's more like a shopping sort of thing, so it's not really a game. So, too bad. Too bad. Yeah, I got this video here from all the way above. Well, okay, not all the way above, but somewhat above. We were still pretty high up, so every other like building that was there, it looked small. It looked small. And from where the Ferris wheel was, we were pretty far from it. I forgot where exactly. Oh, you are a master at Monopoly if it is a good luck day. I guess. But what if it's any other day then? Then you're I guess not. I guess you're not the master then. And I took the cable car back down from the peak back to where the city was. I did take a video of it, but it didn't look really good. It looked really bad, so I didn't keep that. Oh yeah, but this photo was pretty good. It's in construction, but the way it looks is pretty good. It looks really cool. If it's a bad luck day, your dad buys Mayfair, buys a hotel on it, and you land on it with 20 pounds left. Man. Man, that's unfortunate. Yeah, there was this like huge, okay, not like extremely huge, but there was like this like unique looking building here. Kind of looked like a spaceship, honestly. Just the way it's curved here. I mean, what the heck? The fact that it's still under construction, it's just... How long is it gonna take? Oh well. Oh well, but it still looked really cool. And those... Wait, I feel like I... heck? Okay, no, actually, I guess that was it. Imagine out of nowhere it blasts off into space. Man, that building. Imagine it was disguised as a building, but it's not a building, it's a spaceship. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. But yeah, I didn't really have anything else to show with the fourth day. That's pretty much it. I mean, there was even more dim sum after that, but that was it. Andrike goes to Hong Kong and ends up in the moon. Imagine I go there and then I just go to the moon like that. Well, too bad it was still under construction, so who knows? So yeah, some more dim sum, and that was the end of day 4. Day 5. I really need to hurry through, because if I keep up the pace like this, I'm not gonna be able to cover everything within the stream. Changes his name to Andrike in the sky. Nah, that would not be in the sky. That would be in space. That would be totally different. That would be totally different. So yeah. Alright. So, day 5. I went to eat some fishball noodle soup. I think it's like a specialty in Hong Kong, at least. And it was a huge bowl for breakfast. I mean, I barely finished it, so Andrike spaced astrology PNG-tuber. Nah, I'm not PNG-tuber, I'm an actual VTuber here now. But anyway, 5th day, ate some fishball noodle soup, but I didn't take a picture of it, unfortunately. So you just have to believe me that I ate fishball noodle soup for breakfast at that day. And then we went around shopping some more because there's literally nothing to do other than shopping. And then we don't believe me. No! God damn it. That makes me sad. Whatever. That's just how it is then. Well, whatever, I'll just make up the story then. Some more shopping, I said. And then I came across like a bookstore within a mall, and it actually had Japanese manga in it. So I bought it. I bought the manga, and it was actually like, it was 86. Well, I already watched the anime, but I just wanted to buy the manga just to see how it looked. And I couldn't read for shite because it was a lot of kanji. So I mean it's a good thing I already watched the anime, so reading the 86 manga was just, you know, it felt familiar, at least in that way. And after getting that book, we went to just some cafe, Japanese style cafe, I think, and got some stuff to eat, which is right here. This in which is curry, although it's not obvious the first time. the curry is actually on the right side of the plate. The rice is on the left. Like there's like a little bit of curry shown right here. It's like this underneath of it, underneath all the tempura and the vegetables. It was actually really good. It actually looks nice, and it was nice. It was very nice. It tasted just like how I wanted it to be. It's not overly spicy, but it had that Japanese curry flavor that I liked, and the tempura was extremely crispy. It's not like the tempura we would expect it to be, but well, just fried fish, I guess. Just fried fish is what we would say. Little does he know, throughout the entire vacation he was under a simulation controlled by his brother, where McDonald's 24/7 using my money. He was the one posting the YouTube videos and tweets. Imagine, God, that would be terrible. Man. But anyways, after all that, there was really nothing to say here. Because there was really nothing to do in Hong Kong. There was this terrible thing that happened in this day too. It was like we went to this one spot. Like it was like it's Shangri-La Hotel again, but it's a different location. So it's not the exact same one. It's like affiliated with the same hotel that we were staying at, but it's totally different. But it had like this huge backdrop. It had this huge backdrop of like for a garden. It's like, holy crap. But the problem was that it was like in an elevator spot, and it had to have like the window at the back in order to actually see it, or else you won't be able to see the backdrop. But the problem was my mom kept using the elevator a lot. We kept going up and down like a goddamn trampoline. and just when I thought like once was enough for like going down the elevator, we just kept going up and down from the elevator. I mean, what the? It's like I thought one shot was enough of the backdrop, but she just kept going and messing around with the elevator. Sounds like she was having fun. Yeah, she just wanted the goddamn backdrop of the whole thing. And like, what the heck? And then that was wrong on so many levels. Okay, well, yeah, to you, because Jay, you keep putting things out of context, alright? I meant as like a trampoline sort of situation. What you were thinking, that's totally on you. But she kept using the elevator, and as a result of this, my brother actually got motion sick, and we actually had to go buy some like medicine to treat that motion sickness. So that sucked. That sucked for him. The rest of us were fine, but it was just him. It was just him that was motion sick. And then the stories that this will make. I feel like you're unintentionally making puns with levels and stories. It's like, yeah, like, yeah, wink, wink, eh, eh. Yeah. But anyways, after that whole shenanigans of using the elevator, we actually went to the real restaurant. It was not at Shangri-La Hotel that was in that spot. Gotta elevate them. I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed now at this point. How dare you? How dare you? How dare you? Never mind, whatever. So we actually went to the restaurant. It was a different, like, it was a different spot that we ate at, and it was another buffet. It was another buffet. It was better than the first one we went to, but they charged us for a lot more than we would have liked. I mean, one of our family members that we went with, they were like under the age range of the child age, but you know, like they should have qualified for the free meals or whatnot, or not free, but like discounted. But even then, she was still charged the like the same as like what the heck, man? It's like, what? She didn't even eat any, like, she didn't even eat a lot either, so the fact that it added so much to the cost, it was so absurd. There are no floors in your jokes. How dare you? How dare you? I can't forgive you for this. Okay, but whatever. That was the end of day 5. Whatever. Okay, day 6. We're gonna keep moving forward from here. We went to the same spot, Le Pen. we went to the same spot for breakfast, and I actually do have a picture for this one. This time, it was French toast with pistachio garnish on the top of it, and some select fruits on the side of it, and some maple syrup to pour over, and then some orange juice for a drink. Again, pretty good. It was awesome. Yeah, it does look awesome. It took the longest to arrive though. I thought they forgot our order the first time we tried to, get everything, but it turns out it was just because of the preparation needed. It was so good. It was worth the wait. I mean, holy crap, this was like nothing. This was just nothing like I've ever tasted before. It's like, what the? It's like, it can't compete at all. But holy crap, it was good. And yeah. Okay. Yeah, this was the time where we actually explored nearby our hotel, and because this was in Jimshajoy, we actually got to, take some pictures, I guess, around here. This was actually nearby the place where the Bruce Lee statue was at. Woo! Pretty cool! I mean, it looked better, like, years ago, but it's still cool. I mean, man. it really aged a bit since I last visited. But yeah, Bruce Lee! Yeah, his statue right there. And a whole lot of people actually came to this spot just to actually, take a picture. Oh yeah, there was another funny story while we were taking a picture of this statue. There was like this couple as well. There was this guy. He was attempting to do like an air kick. He was attempting to do an air kick like Bruce Lee would do it, to take a picture, and that was so funny. Like he had to do it like a couple of times to get it right. I mean, great dedication for that guy though. I was like, holy crap, he just went for it. He just like went up in the air, kicked as far out as possible, and then just great. It's like that would make for such a great picture. Should have recorded it. I mean, I could have, but I wanted to respect like other people. I didn't want to record other people out of nowhere. It just didn't feel like it just didn't feel right, like recording them without permission. So I just didn't. But it was funny witnessing that. Mission complete. Respect. Oh yeah, I have no idea why I took a picture of this one. It's just like this weird looking Volkswagen. Like the old style Volkswagen. But it just looked kind of weird. It just looked kind of weird. I don't know why I took a picture of this. It's just like, why did I? It just looked kind of funny to me. Kind of looked like a weird caterpillar. The other funny thing is that it actually has wheels underneath here. But it's just really weird. But oh well, I took a picture of this one and I thought it was funny. Look, a lot of the time I'm taking pictures and it's just like, hey, this looks funny, or hey, this looks pretty good. When you ask an elderly person to think about what a modern car looks like. No. Oh yeah, and yeah, there was this other like nearby mall that we visited at. K10, I think it was called. I forgot the exact name of it. Like K something. But it was really strange. Like first floor was like typical fashion stores and all that. Second floor was just, it was like a whole thing, like a whole mess that we wouldn't expect. I mean, it had some really nightmare fuelish stuff in this spot, and I don't even know if I want to show it on. I don't even know if I want to show it. I'm gonna warn you now. I'm warning you. I'll show it. Screw it. There's this whole thing. It's like, what the heck is this? Then, no, but it was just like these weird smiley faces with skulls underneath them. It's like, what the heck? This looks really weird. Kind of like it though. I don't know. Like, why? It just looked really weird to me. Like all these other disturbing looking things too. You're a demonologist, so that's art to me. I mean, yeah, it is technically art. And then there's like this other thing. Like, oh my god, this is all all a nightmare fuel. It's like these statues that like skeletonized in half of these, and then there's like this wall with a whole bunch of cartoon characters you would probably recognize, except not really at the same time. I was thinking to myself, how the hell do people just put that up there and just let it slide? It's like, what? It's like, why do they have SpongeBob and Patrick like that? Why do they have Charlie Brown like that? It's what? Like, how are they even allowed to have this stuff? Like, it's like all this nightmare fuel stuff that can really scare children too. Like, what? How do they have this stuff, man? Yo, Patrick looking good. I don't even know, man. But it looked really interesting, to say the least. But, well, I guess that's just how it is when it comes to stuff like this. Like, it's art, I suppose. One way or another. One way or another. Okay. Oh yeah, in the same mall, we just went to a random restaurant because we were feeling... Okay, we were not that hungry actually. We just sort of went to here just because we were too lazy to actually do anything else. SpongeBob saying goodbye to kids, like, no, no, oh god, that sucks. That sucks. Okay, but yeah, we went to a restaurant. Forgot if it was Italian themed or not, but regardless, this was an appetizer that we ordered. These were really good scallops, honestly, but it was tiny, tiny, just like the other fancy restaurant, except it wasn't. It's not that expensive, actually. Rock salt underneath the actual shell, but obviously we didn't really try to eat that because it's not really the best idea. Eating while SpongeBob and Patrick look at you. Thankfully this was the first floor, not the second floor. So, no, I don't. I mean, did I have them in my mind? Thankfully not, but now that you're mentioning it, now I have them in my mind now. But at this moment, no, I didn't think about that. I was just thinking, I'm so bored, I just want to go to Japan already. But we just had to suffer in Hong Kong for some more days. Don't look behind you. No, don't even try. Don't even try, okay? Oh yeah, and then there's like this pasta, and this was also pretty good. The right amount of oil, right amount of meat. Knock knock. No, stop it. Stop it. You will not. You will not. No. No, 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 no. You will not. You will not. God damn it. But yeah, this pasta was pretty good. Pretty good. That's all I'm just gonna say, is it's pretty good. I'm not detailed with any of my explanations here. And then after that we didn't really have anything in mind to do in Hong Kong, so we just chilled in our hotel room. First stream pack gets consumed by SpongeBob and up on live stream fails. Dang. No. 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 Man. Okay, maybe we should just leave that on there. Man. nothing really in mind with this. So, and then just chilling in the hotel room, and going out for dinner, some more dim sum again. And I didn't really like this one either because there was so much seafood and a little bit of like just some stuff that I just didn't really want to eat. F is friends who have good flavor. U is for you and me. No. No. Oh god. No. But yeah, that's pretty much day 6. Just chilling in the hotel room after having that lunch, and then just U's were undersalted. What the heck? Yeah, didn't. Yeah, just that much. And then the last day in Hong Kong, I really want to get rid of this one now. We just ate some stuff that we bought at the convenience store, and it's for a nicely made dish. Okay, it's well, yeah. I guess, yeah. I don't know how this escalated from that to this. Yeah. Last day we just went to the convenience store, bought some stuff for breakfast, and it felt really funny to me to eat convenience store breakfast. But it was pretty much the only thing we could have done because we were lazy. Couldn't really decide on what to get for breakfast, so we just went to the convenience store, bought some breakfast, and then it was time to go to the airport to actually go to Japan. But before that, we like at that moment, like hours before the flight, we went to get some lunch, and I saw something really funny. Oh, right, I forgot that. Is there? Posture check. Yep. Alright, thank you. Thank you for that. There was actually like, in the airport, there was like a Gordon Ramsay styled restaurant. Plain food to go. If I were him, if I were actual Gordon Ramsay, I don't think he would actually approve of that. Like, I don't think he would think plain food is good, and to go especially is really strange. Yeah, Gordon Ramsay style restaurant in the airport. Really just promotional stuff. What I decided to get was fish and chips over there, and it was not that great in my opinion. I mean, the fries were good. The fish, on the other hand, was a little on the overcooked side. It's probably seen on the surface that's a little burned on the top of it. This isn't my fucking restaurant, you fucking idiot sandwich! I can't do it. I can't do it. I'm not like him. And not only was it just fish and chips, there was also like some peas at the bottom as well. I don't know why they added peas on there, but I just ate them. I couldn't finish the whole thing because of the fries. And so, well, we just ate that. Or at least I ate this. My brother ate a burger, and that accent 10 out of 10 for effort. Nah, man, that's like 0. That's like 0. can't. But yeah, my brother ordered a burger. My mom ordered some other thing, not from the Gordon Ramsay restaurant. But that's it. That's all. And then it was time to go to the airport. Or, no, it was already, we were already at the airport. It's time to go to the other airport. I mean, Tokyo International Airport, from Hong Kong to Tokyo. That's what I meant to say. And oh my god, I forgot I actually took a huge video. Like a huge video of when we were arriving to Tokyo. Like this was actually where, like from the airplane window. And it was so dark. I couldn't see anything. But it was so beautiful, looking from all the way on top of there. I mean, crap. I mean, at this time, I believe it was around like 8:30 in their time. Jeez, that's dark, but also weirdly atmospheric. Yeah, it was like around 8:30 at this moment in time. So yeah, that's pretty much the video I took at that moment when we were at the airplane. And yeah, we arrived to Tokyo. Again, at the airport, the same airport that in which is Haneda Airport. And then we took our, we went off. It was quite a process to actually. Was my phone on airplane mode? Yeah, it was. Recording doesn't require airplane mode after all. I just recorded. So don't worry about that. But after that, it was quite a process to try and like enter through out and then go outside the airport and then to the taxi stands. Quite a bit of like immigration records and customs and all that. And then after that, we searched for a taxi. Could be because, as we all know, if your phone isn't on airplane mode, the whole plane will implode. I don't know if that happens. I don't know if that's what happens. Maybe. Maybe. We just have to say that just so it doesn't, just so it doesn't whatever. It's just so, people are, it's actually because Wi-Fi interferes with the GPS. Yeah, I knew that was the reason. I knew that was a reason. I was just thinking, it's like, like the implosion part is just so you get scared and, like, oh, now you're scared of using airplane mode. But yeah, it's pretty much for the GPS, for communication and all that. And so, getting the taxi was so daunting. The line for it was so unorganized for that. I mean, it like the line just blocked the exit of there, and then it just kept going in like a weird labyrinth pattern. And then we arrived to our taxi, and then I had to sit at the front because I was the one who actually knew how to speak Japanese, and then take us to our hotel. But because the hotel was too new, our taxi driver didn't know exactly where our hotel was, so I just had to state that it was a hotel in Shinjuku, but the specific part of Shinjuku was Kabukicho, the the red light district, the one of the most riskiest places in Japan, actually. Jack Whitehall is a part of one of his shows where he spoke about airplane travel. It was really good. Huh. That's interesting. That is interesting. Well, I'll have to see about that then. But yeah, taking the taxi over to Kabukicho, I was really nervous because because the taxi driver didn't actually know about where Kabukicho was. Or no, he knew about where Kabukicho was. He didn't know about where the hotel was. But thankfully, it was actually like right next to where the actual thing was. Track the hotel's IP to find where Andrike was. You don't need to. You don't need to. I mean, I'm not even there anymore, so you can't find me anymore. But if you want to know the name of the hotel, it's Hotel Amanek, Amanek. Although it's not really a great hotel to stay at because it wasn't really the way we thought it was. I'd actually prefer Shangri-La's hotel room more, despite it being in Hong Kong in comparison with Japan. Reason being is that Shangri-La actually had really good room service as well as like more space to move around in. Like in the Japanese hotel we were at, it was extremely tiny. I mean, it wasn't so small that we couldn't fit everything we wanted, but it was just small that it was just tiny as heck. Your friend can actually check IPs, which has led to a lot of funny times. Oh yikes! that's scary. Oh well, that's just how it is. If you track the hotel's IP, then I don't know if you're gonna. No, I just simply say where I stayed at, but yeah, well, that's fine then. So we checked in at that hotel, but we were so hungry because airplane food was not enough. Airplane food was not enough, so we just had to go out for some ramen. we had to go out for some ramen. And what other place than Ichiran Ramen? They actually had a place in Kabukicho, so we actually went there for some ramen. He was scammed on a game before, but he sounded like an 8-year-old. He started screaming when my friend was there, reading his IP to him. Man, that is funny. That is actually funny. But yeah, for that night, we stopped by Ichiran Ramen. I picked out like most of the standard options that were available, except for the red sauce because I didn't feel like I wanted any spicy at that moment. I mean, I could have gotten it, but I didn't really think I needed to. Like, I just wanted the ramen itself. And so I took a picture of that, and like, everything about it was good, but overrated. Like, people say, oh my god, it's the best ramen you could have. I'd say it's great, but overhyped. It's something that you don't need to stop by because there's obviously other locations for great ramen. but I mean, if you could just go one time, then that's enough already. There's no need to stop by many other times. The soup was pretty good. Noodles were the way I imagined them to be. And yeah, there was like a whole bunch of like chashu and green onions. That was also pretty good. Unfortunately, with my great but overhyped every Genshin update ever. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. Every time. But yeah, it was just great. And it was unfortunate that my brother and my mom ordered like they had different options for their noodles, but for some reason their noodles came out to be a little different than what they chose. I mean, they still thought that everything else was good, but the noodles were a little like off to them. But to me, I picked standard, so I didn't see anything wrong with my bowl. And I actually ate all of the freaking thing. I ate the whole bowl, and it was actually really cool to see like actual text written on the bowl. It's like on the bowl itself, and what it says is この一滴が最高の喜びです, which means this drop is the best joy, is what I would think. Given spaghetti instead of noodles, common mistake. Well, I mean, it's not like... What I mean by the noodles is just like the firmness of it. Like instead of like firm noodles, they were just given like a little like softer noodles instead. So that was like the thing that they couldn't... Like that they didn't really enjoy that much. But yeah, I ate the whole bowl, and it was cool seeing this like text underneath here, like this drop is the best joy. is what it translates to. It was a nice detail for those who actually dedicated themselves to, you know, eating the whole bowl and drinking the whole soup. Do I read it down or across? You read it from right to left, top to bottom. So it's not really that easy to see, but yeah, it's written from top to bottom, right to left. So that's how it's read. この一滴が最高の喜びです. Like manga? Yeah, definitely. I mean, it is Japanese after all. It is Japanese after all. And yeah, after that whole ramen thing, we decided to go back to our hotel room, obviously, because we just wanted to sleep after that whole flight. I mean, that flight was just long and boring, so we just decided to head back. And I was actually curious about the television we had in our hotel room, and I was wondering for the longest time if there was actual anime in the TV, because I was actually that curious. And lo and behold, there was. There was anime. And it's actually interesting seeing like the rankings of the top anime at that moment. But it's really weird that some of like the mediocre anime get ranked the highest. Actually, that's not true. Is that Oshinoko? That is Oshinoko, the one and only. And I actually used that time in Japan to actually try and watch it. But at the time we arrived in the hotel, it was locked by like a paywall, so we didn't. So it was like until like the second to last day where I actually got to watch like the first episode and then like the second episode. And that was it. That was all I watched for Oshinoko in Japan. And then I just watched the rest of the other episodes over in just when I came back. I really did I like it? I loved it a lot. It's actually like quite impactful in a way, or a lot of ways actually. It has some funny elements, some serious. I'm pretty sure you'll enjoy it. I mean, I think it's like the one anime that people are watching right now, that people are enjoying. I mean, holy crap! It's so beautiful, and I feel like people who actually read the manga. Of course, I haven't, but I know it was a manga before. People actually, you know, preferred, they actually wanted to watch the anime first, because that's just how good it is. Yeah, you're a little late to it. Don't worry, it's all good. But maybe there's maybe some trigger warnings here and there, to maybe to keep in mind, I guess. Maybe something you won't expect out of something that's called Idol's Child, or yeah, it's just Oshinoko, but a little bit more than just that. But it's still a really great anime nonetheless. And watching it in Japan was really... It felt really weird at first, because, you know, no subtitles and all, it's just the audio. But of course, because I know a little bit of Japanese, just listening to it just let me understand. Trigger warning in what way? Some blood, maybe some sensitive topics, I guess. I'm trying not to say too much about it. I'm trying not to say too much about it because that's definitely spoiling something. But you'll see. You're fine with blood. You've seen another in blood. See. Well, I guess just sensitive topics, I suppose. I guess that's what I would warn you about, but maybe that's the only thing in High-Rise of Invasion. Well, I guess you shouldn't worry then. But it is really impactful. That's all I'll say. And I'm looking forward to the upcoming episodes. But watching anime raw like that, without any English subs, just sing, it's totally different. It's totally different. Of course, I watched some other anime other than that. There was others, Demon Slayer, of course, and then there was Kaguya-sama that I think I caught up on now. No, that was at the time I was in Japan, I watched those. Yeah, and then some others Rising of the Shield Hero and Erased, as well as, oh my god, that other one, Yamada-kun, and then got a cheat skill from another world, and I'm unrivaled in this one, I'm unrivaled in every real world. I have no idea what the frick, it's such a long title with that anime, but it's whatever. I only like watched like first episodes of it because like one episode, like only like the first episode was free, the rest wasn't. But there was like certain anime like Kaguya, which was like free all the way through, and then there was like Doctor Stone. Are anime movies available on Japanese TV? Probably, but I haven't stopped to check. I think so. Maybe, but maybe it's not like maybe it's not that obvious. Like we have to search for it. Oh yeah. That was the end of that day. And then there's the second day. Oh god. Just so you can watch your name drifting home in Suzaume. Well, I'm guessing they're available, but again, you might have to search for the Japanese names instead because that's, well, obviously it's different in Japanese. I mean, if you're lucky enough, then you'll be able to find them with just the English version of the titles. Oh yeah, alright, second day. There was a time we just went to a random Lawson's, and they just have a whole bunch of stuff. I swear, convenience stores in Japan are just huge. Makoto Shinkai films are great. They really are. They really are. I really need to watch the others as well. But yeah, we went to a random Lawson's, and like Hololive is so much bigger in Japan than I realized. That there's like merch or like not like maybe like collaboration wise. Like what the heck? Like there was like a promotion going on in the convenience store where if you buy like these certain number of items, then you can receive these files. Or if you, oh yeah, there's like a whole bunch of them too. And then like the other side where you buy like a whole bunch of those things, then you get like coasters or mini posters. Like a promotional thing they had, and that was pretty cool. Cat Girl. No, that is actually that was actually a fox girl. That was actually a fox girl, not a cat girl. That's Shirakami Fubuki for you. Very very it's a very understandable misunderstanding. So that's all I'm gonna say. Very understandable misunderstanding. There's like these other characters here, such as Shiranui Flare, Rain Hosho, Tsunomaki Watame, Omaru Polka, Sakura Miko, and Minato Ako. Never seen her before? That's a surprise. I feel like people who watch VTubers would at least know about Hololive. I mean that's surprising. But I guess the only VTubers you would know are just the Masaverse and some others. But Hololive is a really big one. You don't watch a lot of anime, only certain ones. That's understandable. No, but Hololive is a VTuber agency. These are VTubers. Yeah, these are VTubers. Like it's not like, yeah, they're anime art style, but they're VTubers. Hololive is a VTuber agency. So the FaZe Clan of VTubers, the mainstream VTubers, the one that Japan would know a lot of, honestly. Like when you think VTubers, probably I think of Hololive first. If not, then probably Kizuna Ai. If not, then probably Niji Sanji. If not, then probably VShoujo. If not, then probably in some other popular indie VTubers. Okay. So yeah, they have a whole bunch of stuff there. And after exploring Lawson's, we went to get some breakfast. Went to something called Pierre's Cafe and got a huge amount of breakfast. I honestly didn't know that it was gonna be so much. The only VTuber groups you know are Monsterverse and the Bunnies. That's interesting. I mean, you're not obligated to research, but I guess as long as you're enlightened about by me, then well, I guess that's enough. I guess that's enough. Alright, well, yeah. Pierre's Cafe. Got a pair of onigiri rice balls and some other like stuff along with it, but these were so salty. So salty but so good. Like the one on the right was like some kind of seaweed and it had like this sort of saltiness to it, and then the left was like tuna, and that was also pretty good. I mean, holy crap. And then there was like something to pair along with it. Never had those before, but you've seen a lot. I mean, onigiri rice balls are so delicious. I mean, mainly just rice, but it's like a different taste. It's like this slight sourness to it with the rice, and at the same time, just like the saltiness with all the other stuff that can be added to it. I mean, it doesn't have to be salty, nor does it have to be sour. It could just be anything else. But those rice balls are pretty good. Oh yeah, forgot. Forgot about this one. Yeah, along with the rice balls came with the drinks, and I got tea, which is actually behind the blood orange juice that's in front of it. And then there's the soup in the middle, which was miso soup, which is the classic. We're gonna be right back in 2 minutes, you'll catch up. Alright. I guess whatever things you miss you can catch in the VOD, I suppose. Oh frick, I forgot about that too. Shit, I should. I literally just forgot about the introduction at the beginning. Well, I'm a few hours too late. I'm a few hours too late now. Well, too bad. Too bad. Whatever. Okay, well. Introduction is way too late now. But yeah. The VOD, you can catch up. And the right side is some salad, which is pretty tasty. And then yeah, that's it. And then that's it. But let's see what else I have. Oh yeah, the freaking washing machines. The washing machines as well as dang. I forgot this was a thing. So oh god, when I'm yawning, now I can see it. Now you can see me yawn. Oh my god, that's game changing. Alright. So after that breakfast happened, we went back to our hotel to try and get our clothes washed up. And these washing machines, I swear, they're so high tech. It's so wild. I mean, these washing machines wash and dry all in one, and they're the size of an ordinary washing machine. I mean, what the heck? That's wild. That's wild. Freaking the fact that you don't even need to use detergent. It's like it already has its own detergent. Oh, you're back. Oh. It must be awkward seeing the transition from the breakfast to this. It must be awkward, but as I said before, like the drinks and then the miso soup and then the salad. Yeah, there's not much to go over for that. And I went over with the washing machine. Yeah. This washing machine. Both washes and dries. It's not a gacha machine. No. It's one of those coin laundry machines. The coin laundry machines that you use 100 yen coins for. If it was a gacha machine, it would totally look different. But this one, it is so advanced than other washing machines can be. The fact that you could wash and dry, or you could just wash, or you could just dry. It's like all in one. I mean, holy crap. It can get expensive, but if there's not much to wash, then you could lower down the cost, I suppose. And I guess that's much of the washing machine I could talk about. Washing/drying machine. Oh yeah, right. After getting our, preparing our clothes to put in those washing machines, we went to I think it was also around Shinjuku. Okay, this was actually, this was around where we went to Shinjuku. We went to the fruit place. The fruit place? What am I saying? Okay, it's Takano Fruit Parlor is what I would want to call it. And yeah, that's all I have to say. Just the stuff there was so good, so sweet. A fruit parlor? I mean, I forgot what exactly the whole thing was called. I just said fruit parlor just because it was just because it was in my mind. But Takano Fruit thing. Fruit thing. They have like they have like parfaits or sundaes, some other stuff, mainly like fruit-based desserts, and they were pretty good. They were pretty sweet, and I couldn't get a good photo of it because I'm just that bad. Just that bad at taking pictures. But I did take it nonetheless. It was like my mom ordered this one for me because I was indecisive on what I really wanted. So because there were just so many options. So she got this like select fruits for me, and there was like a whole lot of selections. There was like grapefruit, dragon fruit, melon, watermelon, and like apples, raspberry, grapes, like mangoes, pineapples, yucca berry melons. Like, what the heck? Like, this just has so much to it. You don't usually like fruit, but that looks really good. Yeah, it really was good. But like this whole selection of fruit, it was delicious. And it had like a whole bunch of not a whole bunch of stuff. It had like a like sherbet. Yeah, sherbet, sorbet. I don't know if that's a different thing. It had like ice cream at the bottom. It's like delicious. It was so delicious. It was sweet and everything. Like I couldn't. Like it was actually so good. And then my mom and brother ordered like a seasonal special. They ordered like the yucca berry melon, like mainly like stuff, but that was so expensive in comparison with this. This was like this one was like a third of the price of the total in comparison with, or no, that doesn't. Yeah, a third of the price of their stuff. Like theirs was like what, 5,000 yen. This one was like around 2,000 or less. It's like, what the heck? It's like, what the heck, man? Like this one's a steal. The seasonal one is like, that's niche. That's niche. It's a good niche, but it's really niche. But yeah, it was really good. Oh yeah, this was the day that I actually went to Shibuya and went to Shibuya Crossing. It was so huge the first time I went there, and we actually exited through the Hachiko exit, so we actually got to see the statue. Shibuya, your favorite place in Japan. Yeah. There. Yeah. It's so huge. And there's so much. But unfortunately, the Hachiko statue was overrun by a lot of other people because they wanted to take a picture, and there was actually Ghostwire Tokyo vibes. Oh my god, I played that game in the past actually, and I've honestly tried to like compare that game to actual Shibuya. It's like, god damn, this is awesome. But yeah, actually in Ghostwire Tokyo they replaced the Hachiko statue with just a I think it was a lion statue. I played it, but I didn't stream it. It was like about a year ago, so it was before I started like streaming. So, and I don't think I have the power to stream it. You love that game? Awesome. We can. That's awesome. They have an update too. I'm not sure if you're aware about the update, Jay, but they updated it again, and there's a whole lot more now. Is your favorite thing that's set in Japan? That's awesome. The web thing? Yeah, the spider's thread update, I think. Like they added like a middle school location. They added the roguelike aspect of it. And I suck at that, honestly. You need to try that. Yeah, you do need to try it. But yeah, anyways. There were so many people surrounding the Hachiko statue that I couldn't exactly get a photo of me with it. So I just kind of improvised and I just sort of edited me in there to it. It's like, hey, I'm here, but not really. I'm here, but not really. You haven't played that just yet? Well, you have a lot of time to try it then. But yeah, the Hachiko statue, right there. Right there. I just, edited my model into there. And then it's like, I'm there, but I'm not there. Yeah, holy crap. Just the rest of Shibuya. That's what you look like in real life? Oh my god! I look like that in real life? Oh my god! Yeah, definitely. I wish I did. Anyway. But yeah. Alright. So around here, this is about where Shibuya Crossing is. Here we are. And it was awesome being here. Like the scrolling text on the buildings. Like holy crap. And like the whole screen's there too. The prophecy is true. Yeah, but here's Shibuya Crossing. And I did get to cross it. You really want to cross that one day. You'll eventually get to. I believe. But I actually got to, cross this one, but the recording was a little, it wasn't that great because I was just way too focused on the recording, and then like, oh shit, I had to pay attention to where I'm walking. So I didn't. Oh yeah, frick, I forgot. I forgot about that. Here we are. I saw these people on their go-karts too. And it looked really funny to me, so I recorded it just in time. Like, oh my god, I really want to do that, but at the same time, I believe you need a license for actually driving along the roads here. It's like, god damn, that looks fun though. Yeah, there's people like in costume too, while they were in these go-karts, and I was like, holy crap, I I want to try that, but at the same time you're doing it on an actual street, so it doesn't feel safe at all. And what else was there? Oh yeah, and I did go to like that, and I did go to an alternate spot to try and get a better view of the crossing. Is Shibuya Central Tokyo? I have no idea. I feel like it's not. Or maybe it is. I have no clue for sure. But holy crap, I wanted to take a better view of the actual crossing itself. Oh my god, the fact that I crossed that, but then there's so many people like at once like that. It's like, jeez, that's just wild. Like, what the heck? that's just wild. The amount of people who are crossing that. It's like, whoa. It's like it not only does it go like horizontally, it goes vertically and it goes diagonally. It's like, what the? It's like a Z shape. It honestly just looks like a lot of ants. Yeah, that's just how it looks. That's just how it looks, honestly. Just a whole bunch of ants just moving constantly. It was cool. And then as we were going throughout, we had I don't know if I want to say like a late lunch or an early dinner. Nah, I'd say it's a late lunch, because okay, so we went to a place called Sushi Zanmai in Shibuya. We just found like a random sushi place. I mean, it's a classic sushi. You just gotta try it. And then with this one, we actually just ordered whatever the heck. We just ordered a set sushi. So we just ordered like a tuna set, like a whole variety of them, and I've never eaten such sushi before until that moment. It was so good. It was literal like paradise just of sushi. Just it was like it's just like a whole another level of sushi that I've never gotten to taste until that moment. Like, what the heck? It's like any other sushi that's outside Japan cannot compete with this. You've never had sushi, but that makes you want to have some. Well, it's raw fish, but it's freaking good. It's freaking delicious, honestly. It's like so quality. But the funny thing is, it was not even that expensive either. Like, for this whole set, probably like 3,000 yen. Like that's not even expensive for what you get here. That's like delicious right here. Like, what the heck? Like, that's good enough. It's good enough. Like, holy crap. What the heck? Like a whole set here? Yeah. Posture check. Yep. I'm sitting up straight. Thank you for reminding me. Yeah. That was Sushi Zanmai tuna set. It was so delicious. It was so delicious. after that, it was kind of problematic from there because we actually reserved for yet another buffet. but this one in Japan was actually pretty good in comparison with the other two that I went to. And I mean, this it was again, it was still awesome. It just none of the others just can't even compete, man. Japan is just awesome. Just saying your bucket list is 90% Japan related. Honestly, yeah, I can understand. There's just simply so much you can do in Japan. And yet, you know, it's only just like a small thing. It's a small country, but there's still so much in each region. Like each region having its own specialty, you know? That's understandable. But yeah, we went to another buffet at this day. All of it was awesome. It was awesome, but I couldn't eat so much of it because we had that late lunch. I mean, I tried my best to keep some space to, you know, for the buffet, but even then, I still couldn't eat as much as I wanted. But it was fine. I still enjoyed that. That was the end of that day. And we're going ahead with the third day. We actually... Oh. Actually, we went to... I don't know which order I want to go with first. We were just exploring around. We skipped... Wait, I have no idea whatsoever. God, oh well. I'm just gonna say that okay, now that I'm thinking about it, now I'm just lost. It's like the whole order of things that I want to say it in. But now I'm just debating. I don't know if I want to split the stream because I feel like now I have to split it because I feel like I've done this for too long. It's like, God, I shouldn't have been stalling for so long. Okay, maybe... Alright, maybe I'll split this stream into make this part 1 and then do part 2 in a different time. But I'll just show off the last stuff here. Like, not the last day, but just like the last part that I want to show, just the others. It'll be fine if I split it because part 2 can be all Japan. Yeah, that's where everything will happen. Should I? True. Yeah. But I don't know if I want to have the live 2D appearance in that part 2 of it, or if I just want a PNG, just simply as PNG. Who knows? I was thinking, like, this is the exact same day that this day I was about to show is like the same day that I actually want to... no, I'll save it for a different time. I'll just... maybe give it like a little tease of what to show off the next day. Wherever that is. Okay, yeah, here it is. Here's that tease of what we can see the next time. Turtle. Kame. Turtle. The turtle. Just chilling, you know. Just swimming. A turtle. Turtle. Right there. Or, you know, if you want. A snake. Cute turtle. Yeah. Kame house. No, not that. Not that. But the snake. The snake. Right here. I honestly don't know why it did this. It's like, hey, cool snake. And the edge is here. Snaky. Snaky. Yeah. I was trying to find where I have it. Alright, well, never mind. Yeah, final preview, I guess. Just like the preview of the start of the part 2 of the stream. Because obviously, I don't have all the time in the world. It's been 4 hours without me actually knowing and trying. No! Yeah. At that day, I actually wanted an Imperial Palace. That's the thing. That's the preview, I guess. That's the preview. Yay! Yeah, that'll be it for this stream. Part 2 teaser trailer. It's not really like a trailer. There's like, it's more like scuff. You just put a whole bunch of stuff together and then just say, yeah, that's a trailer. Like put turtle and snake, and then just say that, yeah, that's the Imperial Palace. It's like, yeah. But yeah, I'll be ending the stream right here. I actually have no idea. I actually have no idea who I can raid at this moment. I don't think I can really raid anyone, honestly. You think raid is in dashboard? I'm still trying to think. Still trying to see, but what? What do you want, Bryn? What? What do you want? What do you want? What do you want, huh? What do you want? Huh? Did I see the MetaQuest 3 announcement? I did this morning. I don't really care too much about it, honestly. Why? That feels kind of irrelevant, doesn't it? They had a bunch of games announced too. Yeah, I didn't pay too much attention to that at that moment. But I mean, some of the selections were pretty good there. Again, still kind of off topic though. Still kind of off topic. Alright. Well, I'll end the stream. Let's see if I can. Yeah, this was sudden. Yeah, you should have realized. Oh, I'm ending. I'm ending. Yeah, I'm ending. I guess you don't know that until, yeah, I guess so. Okay. You just came back after eating? God damn it. Man, not like this. Not like this. I'm still trying to see. I'm still trying to see who I can raid. And really debating on it. Really debating on it. It was a great stream. Glad to have me back and to see my model. Yeah. Yeah. I'm trying to see if I can nod here. Yeah. 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 Really. Like headbang. I don't know. Yeah. Thank you. God, I'm still thinking here about what exactly I would want. Find out my true identity has been my model all along. You love me, Andrike boy. Okay. Bush. The bush. Gosh, I'm still thinking. Do I want to raid today or do I want to raid later? I feel nervous every time I'm trying to choose, because I've never actually raided anyone before. It's like, I feel like it's like, oh, if I raid here, that feels kind of random, doesn't it? Oh god. God, it's really hard to decide. I mean, I'll see about it. Let's raid. Let's see. I think we can raid. Blanky. Let's see. Does it work here? Man, gosh, I don't know what to do. Okay, let's see. So, let's raid Blinky or Cam. Let's see. Looking at your followers and see his code called Andrike's guy, we could raid. He looks the exact same string as you. His community is also really nice. What the heck? Man. Okay, you know what? We're going to raid Cam and the raid message already. Just ah. Okay, let me see if I can type out the message, like the raid message. Any ideas? I have no idea. Man. Oh well, it's fine. We're going now. Goodbye.